Okay, I have never played Grid Legends before. I don't know anything about it other than I presume it's racing. I'm very new to racing games and sim racing games in particular. Recently played like 20, 30 hours of Forza Motorsport 4 to try to learn how to play a sim racer, so apologies in advance for me being bad. Also, I'm not sure if the audio balance is right, so once we actually get gameplay going here, let me know if it's too loud or too quiet or whatever. Box art's cool. Okay. My entitlements changed between the start screen and the login screen. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Really? I'm not playing online, that's fine. I usually turn this up a bit higher than normal. The game is like dead silent right now, so I'm gonna turn it up to start. I can barely hear it in my own ear. It's fine. Subtitles on. Okay, so here we're doing story with a racing game, which is cool. We just load into this directly, right? Game's maybe so quiet.
And that's Raven West, Nathan McCain and Laura Carvalho leading the charge here at Strada Alpina.
With Seneca's Yume Tanaka hot on their heels and has been for the last 8 laps.
Could this be the race where she makes Grid World Series history?
Are these fictional people for the game? Or actual athletes?
I woke up in a great mood that day. The weather was perfect.
That's cool.
The team was finally getting noticed.
Oh, they just got actual real like FMV actors?
Keep pushing.
Seneca has been on a magic carpet ride this year.
That's a really cool idea.
In her sights, poised for the overtake, she commits.
Raven West forgets. It is easier to chase than it is to lead.
And she's through.
This proves beyond doubt that Raven West.
I was surprised that the box art for the game had like people's faces on it. Usually racing games are all about the cars, so that's a really neat concept.
Just close the gap, whatever it takes.
Laura, get the position back.
I'll try.
Leave it to me. I won't let her pass.
It's McCain versus Tanaka, an unbelievable race for Seneca.
Pressure. No, screw that. Look, if these idiots can't keep their cars on the track, it's their problem.
Those are a bad boy. So this game is basically like, hey, let's make a video game out of Drive to Survive. Yeah, it already feels pretty cartoonish.
Seneca number 21 out, number 22 damage, debris littering the track. This is unbelievable.
So you don't take any responsibility for what happened?
Hell no.
It says it's 2022. Is there an earlier game for this?
Okay, 22, there's too much debris on track. We need you to come in. That's a negative. Do not
Oh, I see.
retire the
All kind of
car.
a similar concept.
Do not retire. Hado, I'm seeing significant damage.
Do they all kind of have their reality show
No
theme?
response from you, May. Is she okay? Medics are on the scene, that's all I know. Just focus on the race. Keep me updated. Can you confirm race strategy?
So
Look hot, but so
the
confident.
default settings are going to be relatively easy, you were saying, but I should be able to adjust difficulty after this opening story race.
Go, go.
It's cool. So I'm starting further in the back, so they are trying to do the racing storytelling thing. That's pretty cool.
Okay, 22, keep pushing. We can't see any malfunction.
This is the first grid that does a story like this. Okay.
Come on, you're doing great, 22. You can do this.
And is that like the main pitch for grid games? Is that they're about storytelling? Or is that kind of new to this one? I do really like the indicators of the cars behind me. They did a good job of helping me to know how at risk I actually am of getting overtaken. So that I need to look in the rearview mirror.
You got this. Just keep it steady.
Okay, that's cool. I had a light story before. It's a cool concept. So continue story. Find out what made you the driver you are today. Okay. And so difficulty is, you said I should try to take the highest AI difficulty. Can I go in and like set individual settings after selecting this here? Legend has everything off. Okay, so if I pick medium here, I can make the fine adjustments when we load in.
And that's Raven West, Nathan McCain and Laura Carvalho leading the charge here at Strada Alpina. Tanaka spots a gap.
It's all or nothing. Contact.
In a situation like this, all you can do is hope that the drivers are all okay.
It's on? Yeah? Okay. My name's Marcus Ado, and I'm the team principal for Seneca Racing. Hey, gorgeous. No.
This has to be interesting because, like, a lot of reality TV is relatively scripted or at least shot multiple times. But is it going to be hard for actors to pull off that energy, right?
South London. And for them, success was never about fancy dishes or expensive ingredients. It was about
Oh, thanks,
believing
Johan.
who
I
they
didn't
hired,
see a notification.
always striving to grow. And I got a chance to run my own racing team. Took the same approach.
Money too.
Hey, there she is. In case you live under a rock, this is Yume Tanaka, racing legend.
I got a sec to talk about the new braking system.
Sure.
Marcus Ado is something of a prodigy. He was only 25 when he convinced Seneca's board to start investing in unknown drivers and to hire him to run the team. He has the maturity of someone twice his age, and that's gained him enormous respect. The only problem is his approach hasn't worked. Last year, his number 2 driver set a record for the most last place finishes in a single season. This year's replacement performed so poorly in pre-season trials that he quit before the first race.
Is it an
I love the
embarrassment?
choice to just, like, please do this more, right? Just use live actors. Don't mocap them and then try to make the in-game engine look almost perfect. Just film it. It's fine.
Involves experimentation.
I've been waiting for this for
So we had a
years.
few rough years, but once we succeed, and I
I
really
guess this is
believe
like the
we're
perfect use case where, like, the video game part isn't going to intersect with this ever, unless if they did it like a picture-in-picture thing of them talking to you, in which case you could still just film an actor,
In 3 days,
right?
you're down a driver.
The sets are all virtual.
Guess I'll have to find a new driver.
So they're all on green screens, which makes sense.
Driver showcase event. It's a great day for it, and our racers are raring to go and eager to impress.
Okay, I'll try to pause when it lets me so I can adjust the difficulty options here. Okay, so options, gameplay, difficulty. Okay. So your recommendation was to go ahead and turn ABS off, traction control off, and then set AI difficulty to probably hard because I don't know what I'm doing right now. Does this game care about how I actually place? We'll try it. Maybe I want damage to matter too. Okay. Restart race.
Please make your way to your seats for this driver showcase event. It's a great day for it, and our racers
I probably can avoid tuning. It's probably whatever the defaults are fine, I assume. Okay. There's so many games that do what's essentially FMV video, but like go to the trouble of like rendering them in the engine and everything. It's like just
Okay.
just record the actor. It's fine.
He's been having some good races recently.
That's interesting. So we start at the end of the story. We're going back to slower cars. So is this like a AA studio? Like obviously not indie, but not as big as the team that makes Forza or Gran Turismo. So they have real cars, right? Let's see. Can I go somewhere to view what my current damage is? I probably need to be cautious of that. Maybe I want to leave that off until I get used to the game, since this one seems like it's much tighter.
You're looking good. Let's stay in front of Vega.
Bought by EA briefly before this. Oh no. Okay, gotcha. Whereas, like, if you bump into a car in front of you, you almost certainly take brakes and steering and engine damage every time in Forza, it felt like. That's kind of cool. So they just want me ahead of, like, one of the people I'm up against here. Obviously, if I do better, great, but I'm not required to. Okay, I feel like I had to fight for that. Sure. Stay on that for now.
Right, nice driving today. I'd be shocked if it didn't catch Addo's eye.
What a race! Some great performances today.
Gotcha, so you're trying to get, like, scouted, essentially? That's cool. Open wheel.
Welcome to Marcus Addo, principal of Seneca Racing. So, you're looking for a new driver. What kind of traits does Seneca look for?
Thank you. It's more of a spark of talent I'm looking for. Not necessarily the driver out in front. So if
Do they have like a
you better believe I'm picking up the phone and making a call.
a pseudonym for the player in this?
The drivers are going to have to show real skill if they have dreams of participating in the Grid World Series.
Okay, driver 22. I think I've asked this in prior racing games. It's cool that they have like a lot of women drivers in this. I know very little about like what it actually takes to do high performance, especially like F1 level driving. I know you have to be like essentially an athlete, at least to have your weight very low for the car, right? But is there anything suggesting that men and women couldn't eventually compete at the same level physically as like F1 drivers?
You heard that right. Marcus Addo is looking for a teammate for you, mate. Seems like they've run out of options. This could be your break. You've got nothing to lose. Give it your best shot.
It's cool. It's mostly just like social problems, I imagine. Like, if you were to try to compete right now, you would be the one woman driver. Oh, geez. Not a great start. Yeah, a dense variety of social problems. Well, it sounds like a lot of like pro drivers are socialized to be drivers from the time they're little kids. They're like doing go-kart racing when they're like 7 or 8, right? Oh, I do have rewinds. Do you know what button is rewind? There's limited rewinds in this one, it sounds like. Okay. Okay, that's cool. I think that's smart to make that a limited resource. Where can I see on the screen what my objective is, like who I'm supposed to pass here? Back. Pause. Finish 8th or higher if I pause. Okay. It's really neat that someone's actually trying to make this work. And it just wants you to achieve whatever the objective is, right? There's no like bonus points for significantly exceeding that. I would hope there wouldn't be, so that you're encouraged to find a difficulty level where finishing in 8th is actually really difficult. Story doesn't matter. Okay, gotcha. How's the audio, by the way? It looks like it might be perfect or slightly too loud in the equalizer.
Congratulations.
What an amazing race we've just seen.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Genuine talent out there down on track.
Driver 22.
I'm sure Marcus Addo has his eyes set on one of our talented drivers after that performance.
Costs are damage. I figure as long as I'm not like getting in first and staying in first for a long time, I'll just leave it on my current difficulty settings.
And Seneca continued to have trouble during testing, with multiple drivers involved in on-track incidents.
No mistakes this time.
Run it again, but with less throttle. Don't worry, just superficial damage. We'll get there. I promise.
You can imagine that there's just like stunt drivers who are slightly screwing up their spinouts.
They now look to their new signing, taking on the number 22 to turn around this bad spell.
Check. This is Ajit, lead engineer. We've had a few bad days with the test drivers and I still need help with the setup, so give me a few laps and please bring the car back intact.
Please don't spin out on a straightaway. Okay, cool. Complete 3 laps, got it. Oh, I really like the variety of missions here too. It's cool. 2 very different cars, well 3 very different cars to start for the first few missions.
Push it.
Okay, 22. For the first race of the series, we'll need you to keep up with you, mate. So while you're getting data for a Jeep, just get a feel for the car.
It's gotta be really hard to like write a sports drama from scratch. Like part of what's crazy about them in real life is that they happen organically. Someone doesn't have to like think of it.
If you want to try a corner with a touch of handbrake, I'd like to see you control the slide.
No, thank you.
Accidents happen, but in a race scenario, mistakes will cost you places.
Okay. Don't hit the cones. Got it.
Let's see if we can hit top speed in this section. Great time. Let's see if you can find any more pace.
Okay, so what are my tells about screwing up with the ABS or the traction control or the stability control in this? There's not a lot of force feedback. Is the rumble on the controller usually telling me that something is wrong?
Okay, next corner is flat out, but keep it under control. Engines performing near peak. Something's up with the fuel system though.
I want to hear that. Sure. Yeah, Forza is really great at just having constant rumble cues that your synapses could kind of naturally make connections on. I'm trying to think if I should look for like the car shaking a certain way if I'm not gripping with my tires. So if Grid hasn't really done story before this one, like what's the niche that Grid has been trying to go for compared to other racing games? Variety, maybe? Gotcha.
Okay, big push to the finish line now.
You didn't spin out on a straightaway. Because they're just trying to create the story that, like, in order to be successful, a bunch of other people have to have, like, accidents. It's funny. The bad boy guy from the story.
My mother has this saying, it's the farmer that makes the dish. What that means is you have to adapt to the ingredients on hand. I went to scout one driver, but found another. And I was impressed by our chat, so I made an offer.
Wait, you were impressed by a conversation?
That's right. You see, to me, when a person's capable of greatness,
let me role play the
it's not just
conversation.
about performance. It's about them, who they are. Great drivers are like the great in anything.
Like, be the most over-the-top reality show villain that you can.
Hunger. They have a need to be more, to prove what only they know they can be. I haven't met anyone this passionate since I found Yume.
There's Seneca's number 22 on the grid taking the lead to semi-pro. And as Marcus Ado has gone through all of his reserves, they really are Seneca's last hope.
Absolutely, it's a tough position to be in. If they drop out for any reason, Yumi Tanaka will be racing on her own, and that could spell disaster for Seneca.
Finish 10th or higher.
Alright, 22. Remember what Ado said. Just try and keep up with Yume and bring the car back in one piece.
As this is your first race, there's no need to push the car to the limit. Just give us a good drive and follow Yume's lead.
Show me what you've got.
I wonder if there's an industry term for, like, your canon name for a character who's referred to in voice acting, but who gets to name themselves. Canonym? That's cool. Snow in this mission. Are there races that are deliberately scheduled during recent snow? For added challenge? Wasn't sure if, like, racing tried to avoid doing any scheduling in areas or times of the year when snow is likely or not. That's cool. Borislav Petrov. Circuit racing avoids snow. Okay. Oh geez. I have rewinds. This game do okay? like sales-wise, critically. I wonder how they do the AI, like, crashing or making mistakes like that. They, like, try to make it happen on purpose sometimes.
Not bad. I expected you to be out already.
Worried hearing that EA acquired them. I see. Talked about this a lot during the Forza playthrough, but I feel like there's a challenge with sports games in general in trying to make a game that's potential to has the potential to jump audiences, to like attract people who generally wouldn't be into racing games by saying, hey, it's a racing game with a story, but then like only really knowing how to make it for people who are already fans of it. I don't know, it's hard to think about. Because, like, you have something like Drive to Survive, right? Which Drive to Survive is something that, you know, people will watch with their families who aren't fans of racing at all because it's shot in a way that it's exciting. You can get somebody on board who knows nothing about cars or racing at all. So you can do it in movies and TV shows, but it seems really hard with this specific genre of video games to try to, like, bring in a new audience. It's like constant self-reinforcing effects, it feels like. Scott. It is the closest to what you want. Their execution is just good at best, yeah. We'll find out. Okay, volts.
To win an elimination race, you need to stay out of the danger zone when the timer starts counting down. Because as the title suggests, those in the danger zone when it hits 0 will be eliminated. The timer is then reset, and the racers closest to the back of the pack will find themselves in the danger zone again. Cars are eliminated until only one remains. So drive fast, stay ahead, and if you find yourself in the danger zone, then do everything it takes to get out of there.
Right on. It's fun to have so many different modes. It feels very much like a video game.
How are you feeling about this season?
Positive, actually. Our new driver seems to be working well as a team player and not a lone wolf. Our strong commitment to teamwork will bring us success and make us competitive with Moles. Oh, I gotta go, sorry.
Thank Thank you, Marcus. Oh, he's off. Busy man. Well, what can I say? The semi-pro league might be where all the excitement is right now.
Enter hire. Okay.
We need to aim to stay competitive with Volt. That's our path to the Pro League.
You're in this team to match me, 22. We need you to get results.
I've seen this in a couple of video games. This is a real racing format. They just like drive off the track once they get eliminated. Oh, it's a video game thing. Okay. I was gonna say, is it like substantively different from just a regular race? I guess maybe if you weren't like having to overtake. It feels exciting in a story-based game like this, I think. Gotcha. What do they do with the BGM getting louder as elimination's about to happen? I guess it's a bit more of a marathon race too if you're doing well. What does the logo look like for my rival, the rival company? Team or whatever? Okay, cool. about to get eliminated.
And it's Seneca. Well, I'd say this rivalry is officially on.
Nice.
Yokohama Docks never misses. It had it all. Frills, spills, and eliminations. From all of us here, see you next time at the Grid World Series.
This is closer to what you were saying you wish you had when we were playing Forza 4. It's cool. It's very different than what I'm used to, and it's neat to try to do a story like this. It feels like it's like missing something, and I can't put my finger on it. Maybe in the next 4 hours or 3.5 hours, I can think of something. It's like literally all the things on the bulleted list of what you want with a story-based racing game are like here, right? But what's not here?
My name is Yume Tanaka. I've been lead driver with Seneca for 3 years now, and my goal is to become the first woman ever to win the championship.
Let's talk about your new teammate for a moment.
Driver 22?
How do you feel about Marcus Addo hiring an unknown?
Look, Addo likes to invest in potential, and that's who we are as a team. But when it comes down to it, the thing that matters is, are you actually good enough? It takes serious talent to race across this many disciplines and events in a single season. Racing teams don't survive on effort or good intentions. We need to win.
Well, after the last race, I think Valentine Manzi will want to answer the critics that say he was outclassed by Seneca number 22. How will he respond on track? Well, there's only one way to find out. And these stadium trucks are tough, but sharing a run while battling for position is a fast track to sliding down the road on your roof.
Beat Valentine Manzi. Okay.
I hope Ajit has
Mid-70s, right on.
suspension.
It's a very different vehicle. Okay. That's pretty different. Whoa, that's cool.
Okay, good job, Ajit. Feels good.
Whoa, okay. And I can choose to resume any time along the rewind. Okay, that's cool. Don't do that. Does this kind of racing like actually have jumps like that? It's cool though. That's cool. Whoa! Calculated.
Maybe stay out of their path, don't get taken out. You want this pack going into lap 2.
This game's in kind of a cool middle ground between sim and arcade racer. I like what they have done with the AI with your rival here, where you actually kind of have to fight. It'll be interesting if they do, because there's stuff in real racing when you have like a partner team where like one part of the partnership is discouraged from like passing their partner. Is that true? I feel like I heard about that sometimes in F1. So that could be kind of dramatic. Makes for some cool gameplay elements, I bet. Jeez, real slow there. Is there any racing discipline that's like this? Was it cross-discipline? Like people who are driving for the same racing team in all kinds of different cars and all sorts of different races, or is that fantasy? It's kind of a cool idea. You have it with other sports. You have like triathlon or whatever, right? Economics would be nonsense. Makes sense. Oh, I actually got first. See if I can hold it. This is definitely the hardest car to control so far, which makes sense. It's like Formula E.
The time last lap was a 1:11.0.
Ferrari's pretty close behind me. Shit. That's fine. Not my rival.
Happy with that. Nice one.
Nobody can catch you. Hit every ramp on every lap of a Sidium Trucks ramp event.
Yet another promising turn from Seneca. But will it be enough to propel them into the Pro League for the first time? Will they fall short once again?
Nice. The race of champions, okay.
My name is Ajit Singh. I'm Seneca's lead engineer. Is that okay? Cool. Come on in. Welcome to the garage. Now this is our new baby. Ultra Icon Mark III, but with a few upgrades. Full electric drive, active suspension, repositioned fuel cells. Look, you can see most of the weight is down here in the chassis. And this is an old friend from last season. Jupiter San Marino. I got this job by betting Marcus Addo I could make an old Eagle Ray Mark IV run faster than the Type 8. And I did it in under a week. Now I work on anything with an engine and a roll cage. Touring cars, muscle cars, open wheel. If it's grid legal, I can build it to win. Challenge is finding someone who can drive them all.
Now, Valentine Manzi is one to watch this race. He's held his own in vaults, raising the team's acclaim through the roof.
Kind of an interesting concept, though.
He will not be giving an inch out there.
I guess the problem is you wouldn't want it to be constructors. You'd want to have like different constructors that all like belong to the same team of drivers, I suppose. 7th or higher. Okay.
You need to finish in the top 7. Good luck.
We've got the cars to match Volts. Let's put the pressure on.
So this one I don't start until the way's in, it seems like. Gotcha. How do they calculate that, I wonder? Like in real life.
You're on pace. Make some gains on lap 2.
I do like that this game is very willing to construct a fantastical scenario. I think that's something that kind of bothers me about Forza and the concept of the sim racer, that it's like trying to recreate reality so closely, which is fine if you're literally making a sim, like, you know, like a Microsoft Flight Sim kind of a sim, a hardcore sim for people to actually learn to drive in, but what you're making is a video game. It seems really weird to want to constrain yourself to things that are super realistic all the time. You can try to get the physics to be realistic, right? But like, the structure of the game doesn't need to also be realistic. That doesn't seem necessary.
Feels good. Taking the pack.
Oh, geez. I said, I like that this game is willing to kind of play up the fantasy aspect a little bit and do things with the structure of the game that aren't, like, true to life. We talked about this a lot during Forza, that it's frustrating that sim racers feel like they need to, like, everything needs to be realistic all the time. And it's like, well, you did that with the physics. You don't have to do that with everything else. You can if you're making like Microsoft Flight Sim or something and you're literally trying to make something that's training software for people learning to drive actual cars to use, but if you're making a video game, it doesn't need to like one-for-one match how everything works in real life.
The last lap was a 1:02.8.
So that's cool that this game is trying it. I still can't quite put my finger on what feels off. It's strange. It seems like it's everything we want. It might be a nitty-gritty execution thing that, like, you can set out to do the reality show story and the variety of races and stuff, but it turns out you have to execute that super well for it to really be gripping. I'm kind of having to, like, use my imagination of, like, oh, okay, I see what they're going for with this, right? They're trying to, like, establish a rivalry with this one driver. They have things that are, like, I think, like, their commitment to using a racer pseudonym and not, like, giving the character a voice actor or something is making it harder for them to tell the story because everyone has to talk really awkwardly about me as the driver, right? Game feel is decent compared to Forza feeling really good. Yeah, it's just that's part of it. Yeah, and it's like, I'm fine with it being predetermined, but I think if it's going to be predetermined, then they should have you pick between, like, one of 3 character avatars or whatever, like one of 3 actors, essentially, and then have them participate in the interviews and have them be referred to by name and so on. It's like you're kind of getting the worst of both worlds if it's, you're gonna be in the shoes of this driver. Like, oh, okay, that's cool. But it's a predetermined story. It's like, well, I'm okay to play a predetermined story that's about somebody else. That's fine. Do that in video games all the time.
Chop it all up if you want to go back over anything.
Yeah, all right. Be great. I hope I don't say anything stupid. Don't record anything stupid, yeah? What's your name? Tom. Tom. Lovely to meet you, Tom. You're right, dear? Tom? Okay, let's get this started. Hi, I'm Valentin Manzi, and I'm a 10-time Grid World Champion. I'm just kidding. I've never actually won. I've come close, though.
That was pretty good.
Difficult result for Seneca 22 there.
Heard the new driver broke the tail off that Demon.
Yeah, still haven't nailed down that new braking system yet.
Are you on board with
Should use their green screen footage and just put them in the Phantom Menace.
You were some amateur until Ada hired you.
Thought you had a Dumont to fix.
Hey, they had a physical laptop there. That was cool. I'm completely fine with them using a green screen for most. There's no reason to shoot most of this on location, but it's just funny what they do and don't choose to have as a physical prop. Yeah, that's cool, I think. Beat Nancy.
Behind you in race. Good luck.
I like Valentin Manzi. Seems like he's got a lot of charisma. Cause at least 3 opponents to reach Nemesis status. That's fun. Is that from, like, bumping into them and making them wreck or whatever? Or knowing them with an overpass? That's a really cool idea for a system. I like that. I do wonder if you could do a reactive storyline. You wouldn't be able to do it to this level of production value, right? You can't like record actors doing hundreds of variations on a story that really reacts to your performance, but that might be the thing that feels like it's missing for me, is that I think the game wants to have its cake and eat it too. I think if it really went hard on the no, we wrote a really good sports drama story, and you will just be playing the most interesting character in the sports drama story, but it's one that we've pre-written. Instead of trying it all to do the, well, let's make the player feel like they're fitting into the story organically, if that makes sense. I'm the villain, everybody's nemesis. To write the, like, LeBron James Cavaliers championship story, right? But for a racing game. Is this the, like, probably the most ambitious attempt to do something like this of any racing game? I know other racing games do try to have career modes and story and the like. It would be a bummer if a game like this, like, goes really far but doesn't go all the way, and so it kind of, like, signals to the industry, like, let's not try that again if it doesn't do insanely well. I noticed when I was doing the games database recently that Enthusia has like a terrible Metacritic score. Like, people did not receive that game well when it came out. And I can imagine why. The more I do this streaming thing, I start to kind of like get a feel for the bias that's in the critic ecosystem for different genres of game. Like, I think I still would argue that in the aggregate, on average, Metacritic is relatively accurate. Like, if they say a game is like a 94, probably pretty good. It probably means that most people agree that it's a great game, but there's this, like, nightmare zone between, like, I don't know, 60 and 80, where really, really great games could just fall through the cracks because of some stupid moment at the time that the game was released. Or like an ongoing bias or a problem like Metal Gear Solid 5 has, where like the opening is significantly more compelling than the remaining 90 hours of the game.
I've been hearing paddock gossip that Seneca's Yume Tanaka is starting to really push a new teammate to race harder. Maybe we'll see the two race each other out there.
Yume, okay. Ooh, this one had to come out. Compete with Gran Turismo 7. I hate that. I hate it with like every ounce of my being. In every conceivable like art field, media field. The fact that like the quality of a work is judged based on its like the temporal proximity to other works that were released at the same time. Like, sometimes it makes sense if you're like, hey, like, why does Starfield still play like this even though it's been 10 years since Skyrim? Like, okay, at some point it makes sense to compare it to games that came out before or around the same time, but it really is annoying when a great game comes out or a great movie comes out and it just happens to be competing with a all-time great or something and gets lost in the shuffle because of it. Part of why I don't like the Oscars, I think it's kind of silly to like just pick 5 movies and like really try to have them go up against each other. Like, it's so arbitrary in my mind. It's a really bad time to be releasing a great indie game right now. There's like 9 amazing indie games all out at the same time. I think playing Forza for as long as I did really did change my brain chemistry with racing games. It's funny. This game is obviously much easier than Forza, at least at the difficulty settings I have set right now. But I'm occasionally stopping to imagine how would I do this if I was playing Mario Kart, and I certainly wouldn't be letting off the gas ever, which I'm doing right now. I am letting off the gas pretty frequently and braking pretty frequently, so that's cool. Yeah, right. Yeah, I was gonna say that during a loading screen earlier, that like a person who's not a fan of racing games or whose only exposure to racing games is Mario Kart, like me 7 years ago, like Grid or Forza or Gran Turismo or whatever are all the same game in my mind. Like if you really held a gun to my head, I'd say, well, I bet I can imagine how you could have different niches in the racing game industry. But I have no exposure to it whatsoever, or no mechanism by which I could be exposed to it. It feels like it's like it's an ultra siloed fandom or genre. Because I can imagine someone who's not super into Metroidvanias like trying a Metroidvania someday because they like the art, or they like another game that the creators made, right? Like there could be something else that pulls them in, even though it's not really their genre. But with racing games, it seems like it's so insular and so hard to pull in new people, even if they would like, hey, this one's not so much about the racing, it's more about the story aspect, right? Seems really hard.
They have a crash at top position. They dropped to 7th.
That's probably the closest. You brought up Driver San Francisco a few times during Forza, and I get it, but I didn't really think about your point that essentially it's your dream crossover game. You get someone to play Driver San Francisco, you don't pitch it to them as a racing game, you pitch it to them as the crazy, like, ghost teleporting, possessing cars aspect. Because I guess you'll get people who don't care about racing games who play a shitload of Grand Theft Auto, right? Because they don't really care about the racing in Grand Theft Auto. That's maybe the closest thing that actually still gets people to buy it. What a wild game. You need like Supergiant to make a sim racer. They made an NBA Jam visual novel. I never finished Pyre. I think we played it for like one subblock, but I'm like, this is probably the best way to get me to play NBA Jam. Yeah. Whoa. I like that the fast forward lets you choose where it's taking you to. Or the rewind, I mean. That's cool. Yeah, I like that better. Forza's way of doing it is very strange. It's just like choosing random intervals at which to like do a save state, I guess. And then when you press the button, you luck out if the save state was at a fortunate time.
It looks like you, mate Tanaka, has no choice but to accept this teammate is here to stay. Is this Seneca's time to shine?
I want to do a mission where like I have to beat one character, but I can't beat Yume. That would be kind of fun. Or I have to come into place immediately before her. I think there's all kinds of cool design space for this concept. And I hope it doesn't end up just being you know, get third place or better or whatever, right? I guess that doesn't happen super often in real life racing, but it's a fantasy world. You could make a thing where like you specifically need to get third or fourth place or something.
We are live with Volt Superstar Valentine Manzi. Manzi, looks like there's sweet rivalry for
Maybe it's hard to record that much of the state of the track at all times.
Get a little tingle when I see these Seneca cars trying to get past. They're not my rivals. I can deal with that. Hey, I've got a race now. Let me concentrate.
Well, Manzi, good luck in the race today, and we are very happy with this emerging relationship.
Fifth or higher.
You hear that? Well and truly on the Volt's radar. Don't be surprised if Mandy takes it up a notch. Good luck.
There you go.
Tough conditions out here. Don't take risks today if you can help it.
Rain looks good.
Told you, it was tough. Lady LeBlanc just lost control.
I talk about this a lot during Forza, but I wonder if it's possible to try to make a racing game that consists of more discrete challenges, like an Enthusia, that still occasionally has a big long marathon challenge. Like, I wonder what you would do to try to structure it that way, right? I guess the Rewind kind of gives you that. It doesn't give you discrete challenges, but it lets you recover quickly from a stupid mistake. But I'm almost envisioning, like, instead of you doing 3 laps where you might have a couple dramatic moments, like you explicitly set up each of the dramatic moments in the race, right? Like, okay, here's an overtake where you have to keep trying until you successfully do this perfect overtake between these 2 cars. And then we're going to save state, and we're going to continue from the next lap where there's this new exciting thing that you have to do, and just kind of focus on the exciting parts more so than the, like, kind of routine driving in between bouts of excitement. Because it's hard to do that and stay in simulationist territory. That's basically driving Revolution, I guess, in Enthusia, but because I think it's kind of a problem with like real life racing too, that like it's dramatic, but the drama is almost best delivered in Drive to Survive, like vignettes after the race is over. Like second for second, it's not having those crazy exciting moments. Yeah, that's true. I guess if you mixed it up, if you had levels that were about consistency and levels that were about doing the big, exciting, dramatic thing, I don't know. I guess it's like a basketball versus football thing, right? American football, where like in the NBA you have the problem where the games go to very high point values. There's generally not gigantic tempo or momentum swings, and there are many, many, many games over the course of a season. So you can be relatively sure that whichever NBA team is the best team is in fact the best team because they've played so many games that, you know, if they had a bad week or something, it's not going to move the needle very much. But then football, because it's kind of like a turn-based tactical RPG in a way, like you can have an individual turn that's insanely impactful. Anything can happen in the last quarter, regardless of what the score is going into it. And you have significantly fewer games over the course of the season, so you could have a team that has a bad week that just completely throws them out of the running, even if though they were statistically the best team, right? Racing seems to be more like basketball in that sense. But like, the media is still going to cover the crazy buzzer-beating shot. They're not going to cover the entirety of every regular season game, right? It's interesting to try to think about. That's what bothers me about most games avoiding fantasy when coming at this from any kind of simulationist perspective, because like, if you're willing to allow for fantasy, if you're willing to do something that's not realistic in order to have your game be good, then you are the master of your world, right? You can make the rules be whatever you want them to be, and you could do something that's creative and out of the box. But when you constrain yourself to like how real racing works, you can't do that as much.
Last lap, let's push to the top spot.
This is a good step, though. I hope that devs play this game and pay attention to it and keep it in mind. I have little quibbles about kind of the execution of the story so far. It does feel like they maybe had a limited budget for how much they could do with cutscenes. I'm guessing, because like there's several races where you just kind of go straight into the race and you don't really have like a little reality show interview beforehand. So I wonder if that like complicates development, because if you need to shoot all this stuff, you have to do it once the structure of the game is basically set in stone, and if you want to add an extra race for the pacing to feel better, you can't really like do reshoots and bring the actors back on for it, right? That sounds cool. This game feels like it's trying to create the vague impression of like a design objective without really having the resources to go all the way with it, if that makes sense. Like, wouldn't it be cool if this game existed? Well, hey, it does now, technically. Hyper racing line combo. Okay, that makes sense. It's cool though, I like it. I'm not like complaining. It's neat to see something different. Yeah. What could it be if the world were less shit in this one particular way? Get more from this guy.
So it's now becoming clear that this Seneca driver has some real chops. But doing well across a few races is not the same as doing well across the whole range of the grid.
Well, we're giving Volts a run for the money, aren't we?
And Marcus Ado is under enormous pressure to deliver a good result this season.
I agree. We can't keep it out. None of it matters.
Here's the grim reality. Either Seneca delivers magic this season, or they won't survive as a team.
No, it's not optimism, it's faith. Try it sometimes.
When you're trying to do a like pseudo reality show, like a mock reality show, you like have to like whiteboard out all the tropes that you want to get, like recording someone kind of against their permission through a window with bad audio, right? The person acknowledging the microphone above them. It's fun. 8th or higher, okay.
Need to finish in the top 8. Good luck.
Actually hearing the interviewer's question.
My tire's gone. 22, you'll have to drive for us first.
Your teammate has crashed.
I think one place this game doesn't grip me super well is that I think the cool like actor cutscenes that they recorded are too generic. They don't connect directly into the race as well as I'd like them to, and maybe that was like a production reality that like we can't have them talk specifically about what kind of cars you're going to be driving and what the stakes are and who exactly you're up against, because then we're locked into doing that for the game design part of it, right? So we'll have them say stuff like, we'll mention who your rival is, and then maybe that'll come up in some of the missions, but I think for this to work, they really have to be talking about the race that you're doing, right? That you're about to do. That's cool. I wonder if they had to like do this to learn what to do and what not to do. Interesting. I wonder if you could do a thing where you like, I was saying it's impossible to make a game that's truly reactive to players' performance and have this level of production value, like have all these real actors recording scenes about what's happening. But I wonder, like, if you had the money, could you do it to a reasonable amount for a game that's not like insanely long, right? Maybe a game that's 2 hours long or 3 hours long. Like, it would be cool if the scene where Monzi's like, I haven't won one yet, I hope to, like, they had variants of that based on whether he had won one or not in one of the races. Like, it would be your normal stupid, you know, load event flag dot scene thing that we see in every video game that tries to abide by player decisions, but I feel like it might count for more in a racing game because so much of the result of the racing game is like non-deterministic, right? Even discounting player performance, the computer is going to do weird shit. That would be neat if the story could report on it in some way. I think that's the same reason why something like Dwarf Fortress is fun, even though it's all procedural nonsense. It's like procedural nonsense that interacts, that there's such a huge density of procedural nonsense. And an expectation by the player that they can like forensically reconstruct why their dwarves are making certain decisions or why certain things are happening, that it feels like you can like layer a story on top of it. That's a cool concept. Yeah, just as like a proof of concept, like do like a 2-hour race, 2-hour game about a single race that's just trying to like tell a story about it that's actually based on player performance, where like a lot of the replay value comes from doing that race again and again to see different narrative results, maybe. I don't know. It's a really cool idea. By the way, there is some audio crackle, but that's not from the capture card. The game literally does crackle during the elimination. I think it's like an intentional artistic choice. I'm hearing it in my ear. Correct there. I was very skeptical of Dwarf Fortress going into it. I've played so many games that try to do the procedural storytelling thing, and it's like super lame 99% of the time. But it actually worked for me in that game, and I could imagine something like that in a racing game. It's hard to imagine like what kind of resources would you need to try to make that.
Not just the cars that make this discipline different from anything else in the series. During a race, the drivers
Hey, it's like Formula E. Oh, that was weird.
This temporary speed boost can be charged once per lap of the race by driving through the boost zone. These boost zones are placed off the ideal racing line, so for our racers, there is a risk to filling that boost charge. But in a pinch, that boost could pull you into pole position for the win.
We are here live with
cool.
Yumi Tanaka, who's on the grid right now, moments away from race start. Yumi, tell us, how are you feeling about this one?
The rivalry with Manzi has been great fun, but now we are looking to take things up a level. We are ready to prove that we belong in the pro.
Blomp.
It's only a matter of time.
Okay, well, Yumi, good luck out there, and Manzi, looks like you have a tough race ahead.
5th or higher, okay.
You need to finish in the top 5. Good luck.
I plan on finishing this one. This time, you
Flip
won't
number
have to
deploy
race
or
alone.
boost when available. Is actual Formula E this fast? I should watch it sometime. I was just really amused at the idea of like the Twitter boost.
Listen, goes without saying. Hit the boost gate. You need that speed.
The boost lines. It's like a hover car. Does the racing line go through the boost gate here? Oh, I see, it does not. Gotcha. So I gotta swing out there to get it if I want it. I see, that's cool.
You're on pace. Make some gains on lap 2.
I do like how all the races feel very different from each other. Like this race, nothing like the previous one. It's nothing like the stadium truck race. Can you see where the boost gates are coming up on the map? I can't really like turn my head to look at it, but... Okay. Try to watch for them. There it is.
The boost gate only appears once per lap, so don't miss it.
We want to save that for an overtake.
So your last lap was a 1:54.8.
Is that whistling sound supposed to be like a pseudo engine noise for the driver or something? This really makes electric racing seem very fucking cool. Like I'm driving a very futuristic car.
charged.
Brilliant drive, 22. Well done.
That one I smoked the computer, but also I think that car spoke to me more than the other ones. It's a video of Volts. The final race of the season.
We are live with Marstead, who is having a very strong season with Seneca. He's now fighting for a place in the Pro League. There are still signs to suggest improvements are still to be made.
There are always improvements to be made. You stop developing, then you fall behind. We don't punish mistakes at Seneca. We regroup and improve.
Unless if you were those drivers that were spinning out earlier.
Strong statement of intent there from the Seneca team principal. Let's see if his drivers can deliver that result.
Here we are, it's the main event, and what an event we have in store. Seneca and Volts have been battling it out all season and now need the right result today to break through to the Pro Series.
Second or higher, damn.
This one's important, it's the biggie. Next time, we could be racing against Raven West. Good luck.
We can do this. See you on the podium.
Get my electric car back. I do like this game's soundtrack. Like, it's not as good as Enthusiast, because I'm always going to love the JRPG boss music soundtrack, but it's like trying to do this like epic film score thing, which is kind of fun.
Come on, you're so close to the Pro League. Give it everything.
Let me pass you. It's a cool map. Are these all fictional, all the courses? Fantasy tracks?
Hold on to the ends now. We are nearly there.
Gotcha. Which one was the real one? This one's great. It'd be cool if this could become a real, like, racing discipline. I get that it economically doesn't make sense, at least if the team all has the same constructor making all the cars, right? But the idea of, like, multidisciplinary racing athletes doing races in all kinds of different cars is a pretty cool one.
Incredible effort. We made it to the pros.
On behalf of the whole team, well done.
Sorry to not see you on the podium, you may.
I can't believe this. We did it. Be proud. We deserve this spot in the Pro League.
This season of the Grid World Series has been on another level. Now Seneca and Volks will meet the likes of Volcano, Midpoint, and of course Nathan McCain and the Mike.
Yeah.
The Grid World Series once again revs up its engines, and the Pro Series is the pinnacle of racing, where our teams need to stay in the safety zone and be one of the 8 teams to make it through to our show-stopping finale, the Gauntlet.
The Gauntlet. Hey, it's the bad guy.
Is this word for me? Sorry, Tatum. Thank you.
Nathan McCain interview, take 1.
Who's that guy? You seen this new lobster place down the road? You gotta choose which one you kill. You go to this big like box where they're all in. It's all blue and gnarly, and you're like, I want to kill that guy. Do I kill it? No, I'm not an animal. Okay, let's get going.
Okay. Do you want to say your name and introduce yourself?
They know who I am. Hi, I'm Nathan McCain, 5-time Grid Series world champion. Soon to be 6 times, and that's a new record.
This is great.
Yo, yo,
Go
yo.
full camp with this guy, please.
Hey, listen. Get to second place if you can, but you stay behind Nate. Am I clear? Yes?
Fine.
Okay, yeah, that was the thing I was talking about
Hey,
earlier.
my favorite nephew. Listen, what's with the
They're even, well, they're really like stacking everything on him, aren't they?
Making some kind of documentary about the grid.
There's a bunch of like fail sons in F1, right? Or at least a lot of nepotism.
I think I'd rather eat my own face.
Good luck.
Come on.
Oh, that's funny. Complete a lap.
Alright, 22, big day tomorrow. Start of a new season and I'll move into the Pro Series. So let's get a practice in before you race for real.
I forget, there was this guy, I don't think it was Williams, maybe it was Williams, but he was like a fail son of some millionaire or billionaire or the team owner or something, and it was like the team was only allowed to race if the guy's baby boy was allowed to be one of the drivers or something like that. A lot of nepo babies in racing.
Gotta say, our team colors are looking great on this car.
That doesn't narrow it down. Okay.
Try not to get bogged down
Oh,
in
okay.
really tight turns. Best to keep traction and drift it. But you know that.
Is this the one with the big tire arch? Or is that one in Japan?
Yume's had some very positive things to say about you. Trust me, she doesn't say it if she doesn't mean it.
I know that from experience, she expects people to perform. And you're doing just that.
There's some good opportunities
Ah,
to
okay.
draft here. Get in close, get the toe, then slingshot past. Watch out for the track limits here. It's so easy to get a time penalty by going over or cutting a corner.
This is the real grid.
We are talking live with Raven West's Lara Carvalho as she awaits lights out. Lara, you're joined on track with new to the Pro Series, Volts and Seneca. Do you think they'll shake things up?
They have a lot to prove. The Pro League is on another level compared to semi-pro. And look, nobody works as hard as we do. So I'm confident Raven West will be staying on top.
Wow, thank you, Lara, and good luck to our newly qualified teams hoping to make a bold statement out there.
First race in the Pro League, 10th or higher. Okay.
You mate 22, listen up. I imagine that he will try and assert his dominance from the get-go. Let's show everyone we belong here.
Heard loud and clear, Ajit. We're here to stay.
Okay, so I might get penalties for that. Going off-road for a second there. Will that visibly affect my place at the end of the race? Or is that just like an on-screen flavor warning, like, hey, don't do that? That's cool. Right. Or they actually try to script it so that Lara is always behind him. See what the time penalties end up doing to me.
Your teammate lost places to a crash.
I like this challenge. These teams are good.
Oh my god, continuity. Has he always been played by like an actor? That's interesting. I think that indicator showing you the car behind you is really good. It was not in Forza. It like becomes less translucent the closer they are, and then there's like arrows that build an intensity the closer they are, and you can like quickly kind of tell on your peripheral vision if the arrow is moving quickly that it's closer to you. It's very, very smart. Interesting. If this came out in 2022, I guess it must have been finished during COVID? video games didn't super suffer from that the way movies did, but with the live action scenes, I imagine that was a little tricky. I see. Yeah, I really like that. It's cool because I don't necessarily need to know what the symbols mean for my brain to register it and respond to it correctly. Shit. Let's see if it ends up putting me in 10th place from all my time penalties. Oh, thanks. One sec. I could put a chat command to get people to refresh it, see if that's an OBS function. Super Racing Line combo. I really like the fireworks. Like, not a big deal, but I sometimes struggled in Forza to know when the race was about to be over. Okay, so with penalties, I was second. Gotcha.
Okay, interview, take one.
Okay. 2 secs. Okay. Right.
I love what they do to like make you hate them. The turtleneck.
Thoughts are on Seneca.
Seneca. They're the blue and white team, right? They'll look the same in the rearview mirror. Look, you know how I keep Raven West on top year after year.
This is great. We needed more of this at the beginning.
Some highfalutin philosophy about turnips. It's something teams like Seneca just never ever have.
Really?
Money. Well, money and good looks. Listen, good looks are a curse. You should count yourself lucky.
That's funny.
Hi. Of course you can. Oh, pleasure, thank you. Nice loser sticks a phone in my face, get this smashed to a million pieces.
Hey,
You should be thanking them. The fans are the only reason why any of us have a job.
No, my uncle's pile of gold is the reason you have a job. No, you know what? Screw the fans. They love me no matter what I do.
Yeah, it's really funny. I love it. I think it's good because like that actually made me in the last race like want to pass him. But they got to go harder on it, I guess. I think.
We're very happy with the season so far. Yume and 22 are gelling nicely. We gave Volts a good chase through the semis and looking to continue that in the Pro League.
Well, it's great to have you here. Good luck in the race.
I hate doing those interviews. Did I sound alright?
You're still mic'd.
We're still live.
That's fun. 7th or higher. Okay.
I just had the pleasure of meeting Nate. Isn't he just a wonderful human being?
Yeah, I think they gotta go like full Better Off Dead, like 80s teen sports movie, right? Like, I would play that game. That would be really funny. The Aspen episode of South Park that's a parody of Better Off Dead. Stan Darsh. Like, you gotta get that. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I think it's one of my favorite South Park episodes. They're like pure satire episodes are my favorite. That one, the Lyscapades episode. I like Better Off Dead as a movie. It's funny to like do a parody of it because the movie's already kind of a comedy. Gregorian chanting, fantastic. The evil black and red color scheme too. Okay, so if I cleanly come in first on this one, I might increase the driver AI by 1 step. I think I'm just getting more used to the game's physics and stuff. But I am still having to fight for it. I'm not like just Mario Karting 50cc'ing my way to victory here. Wouldn't that be a fun game to do? Like, do your sports, do your racing game with a racing story, but just go super over the top. I guess this is basically there. It's just unfortunate that we can't have scenes with the bad guy interacting with the main character because the main character is required to be faceless. He needs to like give you a swirly or something. Threaten to steal your boyfriend. This song actually kind of rules. Yeah, I'm still having to like drive extremely deliberately. Now and then I'm pausing to just kind of realize what I'm doing on the Xbox controller that I would not have been able to do if you put this on the schedule before Forza. Quite a bit more forgiving though, so that's nice. Yeah. It's definitely better, feels much better to play through than Forza. I mean, obviously the fact that there's any structure at all does a lot of favors. I was talking about how feeling like something was missing, but like I would play 10 games like this before I played 40 hours of Forza 7 or whatever the fuck, right? Like, because here it's like I'm like excited to see, okay, what's the next level gonna be? Like, what's their objective gonna be? What are the interstitial cutscenes gonna be? Like, there's something there. And even if the something could be better, it's much better than nothing, which is kind of what Forza is offering you. What car are they going to put me in next? How are they going to change up the objective on me in some way?
Your teammate's been involved in the crash.
Makes sense.
Great, Ray. Keep these coming.
Chill out.
Despite the chaos of the grid, Seneca are holding their own in the Pro Series and emerging.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think this would be the perfect kind of game to do an adaptive difficulty thing, where if it detects that you're doing too well, it tries to make it harder on purpose to try to enforce whatever placement they want you to actually get. Like, I guess that's what I would do. I would make the game that tries to react at least a little bit to the player's performance in the story, but then also make it to the point where it's like impossible to get first place, right? If we don't want the player to get first place, we're going to do something, we're going to do some fuck shit to make that impossible. I don't like that the player still gets so much, try this, agency over the difficulty.
Not long now until the race begins. Aaron, given that Seneca have made it into the Pro League, would you say Ado has finally found the winning formula?
Actually, I almost think that this exact game, if it had no difficulty settings or it only presented difficulty settings as like an optional assist mode, right, like Celeste or another Crab's Treasure, that might like significantly spike my engagement. It's the disconnect that, okay, it says it wants me to get 7th place or better, but it feels very possible for me to get 3rd, 2nd, or 1st, right? Where it's like, it sounds like what they're asking me to do is participate in the design process and tweak the difficulty level until I exactly get it to where they want it to be. It's like, enforce your design objectives on me, please. Yeah. I think if I lose this race, I'll probably drop it back down to what I was on before. Just in the interest of not repeating race content over and over. But it would be great. I want to play the game that's able to dynamically figure out put you in the Goldilocks zone, and I think that's only possible by having a game that doesn't ask you to get first place all the time. Expert is substantially harder than the previous mode. My overall objective for this one, 8th or higher. There's 4 laps, maybe. I guess we're also gaining on the slower trucks in the front, right? Whoops. Oh, I see. Pro trucks are 18 seconds ahead. I see. Probably the best non-video gamey racing game soundtrack I've heard so far. Enthusiast still wins just because it all sounds like it should be in a JRPG, but I do like them trying to do like movie trailer music. Like, was the band Pompeii does a lot of that, I think. They really put the trucks way ahead. If I can get there, I'll see. Or if it's one of those problems where they get to drive perfectly when they're not being rendered on the screen. Oh god. Okay. Oh shit. It's me, my last rewind. I was coming at that okay. Now that they're starting to render in. Happening a lot faster now.
55.6.
Maybe it was just the worst truck. It's just the worst truck, okay. Render in. Start needing to actually respond to the track. Okay, I can see them now. Such a funny aspect of racing games. So long as they exist as data points, abstract data points, they perform so well, but as soon as I can see them, really just angling to like get vision on them as soon as I can. There we go. Don't go around the corner. You don't exist as a real car around the corner. Yeah, it's interesting because every time I see them, I can see that I start to close much faster than when I can't see them. I need 8th place. I'm gonna make a fight for this. Ah, I fucked it up. Okay, I'll go down then. That's hard.
And it's goodbye from Chicago as the Grid World Series rolls on towards the corner. Now, all that's left for me.
Not long now until the race begins. Aaron, given that Seneca have made it into the Pro League, would you say Ado has finally found
I want something that's between hard and expert. Because that was like almost perfectly difficult, but a little bit like if I don't want to be fighting that hard for stream purposes, you know? I think I have to restart the race for my difficulty change to take. Hold on. It's true. I could try it on the next mission. Oh, Driven to Glory.
Not long now until the race begins. Aaron, given that Seneca have made it into the Pro League, would you say Ado has finally found the winning formula?
Great. This is interesting concept. I need to make a racing game level that recreates the police chase from the Blues Brothers. since we're in Chicago. Watched that movie again recently, like, I can't believe they shot that. It's insane. Like, so many extras, so many vehicles, so many, like, car stunts for a, like, goofy SNL movie. For a really good gag, like, it's really funny in the movie. Oh, I didn't know that. That's how it happened? That's funny. I didn't know that. So it was like super lightning in a bottle too then? It's the kind of thing, if you shot that movie today, like, it just wouldn't make sense to do that. You would do as much of it as you could through digital trickery. Especially for like an SNL movie.
Your teammate has crashed.
I think the computer gets to exist as abstract data if it's not on your screen problem is a really big problem with at least novice racing game players like me. I don't know how you solve it. It's obviously too expensive to actually force the computer to like secretly render what's happening off screen. Or teraflops.
Don't be surprised if they got into you now.
So does the Nemesis system actually cause them to behave more aggressively towards you? It seems underused as a system, but I really like the idea, even if it just pops up. I've done that before in tabletop RPGs as a dungeon master, where I've like claimed some mechanic exists, even though I have no plan for what the fuck I'm gonna do with it. I'll give somebody Nemesis points or whatever the fuck, right? Just for the aesthetic. And it works until the players realize, oh, that didn't do anything, but...
The time last lap was a 1:56.5.
Go out of the way to ram you. Yeah, I think that's where your Dwarf Fortress Racer has a lot of high potential. I was thinking about the whole Dwarf Fortress thing and like, why does it feel like the procedural narrative in Dwarf Fortress feels satisfying, but other attempts to pull it off feel lame and you can just kind of see the placeholder text. And I think it's the ability to do the forensics. Like, with Dwarf Fortress, what usually happens is something unexpected happens. Like, a dwarf is suddenly getting mauled by a gator in the caves. That dwarf has no reason to be in the caves getting mauled by a gator. And it seems like it's random, like, why the fuck is that happening? And then you, like, pause the game and you do the forensics and you find out that, oh, the dwarf was the bartender and somebody asked for a glass of water, and for reasons I had shut off their access to water, so the only access they had to water that they could path to was in the caves. So they're the most dutiful bartender of all time, so they went down into the caves to get the water and got eaten by a crocodile, right? Like, it becomes a story even though it's not really a story, right? So I wonder if you could still do that with a racing game, or if it would have to be kind of a proactive relationship that you know you hit that car, so that's why that car is getting an AI boost now to be better at driving versus you, or whatever. That's crazy, Scarf. Wow. I lived in Chicago as a kid, but I never heard any of that.
Right, the time on the last lap was a 1:59.2.
It's funny they went that far, because like the Blues Brothers doesn't really present the Chicago police as the good guys in any way. Maybe it was because they wanted to like get the overwhelming show of force aspect of it, even if they're kind of presented as buffoons. It's insane. The movie rules. It's really good. Motherfuckers changed the name of the Sears Tower again. Oh yeah, the movie's incredible. Like I said, lightning in a bottle. Like it works because it's so over the top at the end. Take the unpredictability of what can happen on the track and have a feedback loop with the business team and sponsor stuff. Sure. I guess you would set out to have a much lower stakes to start. You would make that game entirely with text, right? You would try to make like Caves of Cut or something, right?
And it's goodbye from Chicago as the Gridwell series rolls on towards the corner. Now, all that's left for me to do is grab some of that.
That seems possible. You're benefiting from the unpredictability of the player and the unpredictability of specifically the AI controlled characters racing against each other.
And that's another win for Raven West.
Raven West.
I just don't get how they're doing it. Is it something in the fuel system?
It's not the cars. It's McCain. He's a force of nature out there.
Doesn't hurt it was raised on milk from a cash cow. What Raven West wants, Raven West buys.
How did you arrive at Raven West?
I just won a street racing festival in Brasilia when Mark Cruzado offered me the seat at Seneca. I didn't even hesitate. But before I could sign, Ryan McCain offered me twice as much to join Raven West. Best team, best car, a chance at a legacy. How could I say no?
Please, can I get a selfie?
Of course you can. Anything. No, my pleasure.
Perfect.
Pleasure. Thank you. You see?
Do you ever regret your choice?
Not if we keep winning.
This part of the game, the story is much more interesting. I wonder if they spent more time on this or if they weren't planning to have a fully fleshed out semi-section. McCain under scrutiny. Complete 3 laps. Okay, so now I'll try... I might drop it back down if there's another mission that lets the AI be off screen for so long, but...
Look, we aren't getting near Raven West. It just doesn't feel possible. Let's just give it one more go and see how close you can get.
Great start.
From our telemetry, he's making up time on the straights, like he's carrying more horsepower than he's allowed.
Yeah, I liked Manzi, and I was hoping they were going to do something with that. Like, maybe they could, like, have the new bad guy screw him over or something, right? The stuff you can do there.
Nate's face is untouchable. Not denying his talent, but getting close shouldn't be this hard.
Thing is, he gets out in front, then it's game over. You can't catch him.
I'm fast. 22 is fast. We should be able to catch Nate, but I can't see where we can push harder.
Keep pushing. Try and
So that's the thing in real racing, that the person in first just kind of has a natural mathematical advantage that they no longer have to deal with overtaking. They made the comment, like, if he gets out in first, it's game over. Like, I mean, it makes sense that that's real, that that's a real thing. But it seems like undesirable for the sport. They have like a built-in snowballing advantage problem. I guess that's why like F1 is focused on how everyone places, not just who wins in a lot of cases. I see. The Red Bull ring.
Lara has a slower time, more in line with what I'd expect. Still fast, but achievable.
So why the fuck is Red Bull like one of the main F1 teams? It's just they just have a fucking shitload of money, so they just pay a bunch of engineers. They don't like actually make any cars, I assume. Okay. I didn't even think about that part.
His cornering looks like he's on a rail. He's not losing traction, and turning in at speed I expect would cause oversteer.
Interesting. Yeah, I remember first noticing them doing that with that guy they had do like the space jump forever ago. Like the energy drink company is doing sports shit? What the fuck? I know it's very common now, but... to see the difficulty setting for real.
And it's Seneca number 22 coming in third place tonight.
Both Seneca cars reach the podium. Another great day for the team.
I do like that they're willing to do this, like imply some races happened without actually making us drive them.
McCain wins it, but wow, did Seneca give him a run for his money.
What do you think about Seneca's current form?
In a word? Unprecedented.
Incredible.
Decent.
You ask me again, you see what happens.
It's not just that they've worked their way into the upper midfield on such a small budget. It's that they're finally doing it with both drivers.
It's interesting because most of my like complaints about this game, if I were president of video games, I could just snap my fingers and change it, are like kind of mild.
Succeed, people want more.
Wouldn't be that hard to change, really.
So it's time for us to deliver.
I think they just need to enforce their vision a bit more and give the player less control over what this mode feels like. They could still have a free play mode for people that wanted to do free play or their own career mode with their own difficulty settings or whatever, but because it works in the cutscene when they say, hey, this is what happened in those races you didn't actually race. Like, okay, yeah, that's cool.
Well, good luck, Nathan, and judging by the amount of Raven West shirts in the crowd, you have a lot of support out there.
5th or higher.
Good luck, 22.
Elimination. Okay. We'll see. I'll give it my best. If I have to do it again, I'll just stay on the lower difficulty. It's fine. I still have to try in that one. It's just, it would be great to have it be a little closer.
Raven with Team Rattle, regardless of what they say in England. Race hard. Scare the McCain.
People would whine if they had scripted races. Yeah. Well, I guess I'm not imagining it scripted so much as like aggressive difficulty settings that are designed to make it very difficult for you to break out of their intended vision for your placement goal for the level without like truly perfect driving. Oh my god. To restart the race here. This one turn is causing these problems. There we go. You guys aren't so great now that you actually have to contend with physics engine, huh? I like that thing they do with the audio getting quieter as someone's about to get eliminated. It's neat. Sure. Some amount of adaptive difficulty I think would be great for this game, though, and this genre. Because I do think that players should want to be in like a sweet spot where they're having to fight for victories, but not getting smoked. And I don't think you can do that kind of Goldilocks. I don't think you can rely on the player to figure out where their Goldilocks zone is. Or at least you can't do that and expect to bring on an audience of people who aren't already racing game fans, if that makes sense.
Your teammate lost place into a crash.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I've seen rubber banding done very poorly. I don't like it in like CTR, Crash Team Racing, because it's like over the top and it's ridiculously noticeable. But I guess my point though is that if you have a game like this that's... You don't have to do it on a tactical in-race basis, because that's the problem with rubber banding is, right, actively the performance of the computer gets better or worse depending on how you're doing. I'd rather have it be based on like how I did in my most recent race or my last 10 races or something. Even if it was just like an option, if it like you keep your existing difficulty settings that the player can go in and hand tune if they want, but you have an option to like say, hey, set it for me adaptively and try to adjust things up and down constantly based on race results. I don't like going in there and fiddling with it all the time, having no idea what the fuck it means, you know what I mean? It's a good song. Benedict, oh my god, Ben is sitting in front of my monitor. Okay, he moved. He just like sat in front of it and just sat down and stared at me for a second. Okay, that went better on expert.
Well done. It was a tough race.
North Point would be shattered after that first lap retirement, but one man's trash is another's treasure, and I'm sure Seneca are extremely happy with that result today.
Maybe there's another like metaphor to use that's not rubber banding for what I'm envisioning for a game like this, because it's like, I guess what's in my mind is that if your vision is that you want the player to place at least in 7th place, well, let's even say at least in 10th place, right? I would want to tweak things so that it's literally impossible to get first, even if you drive perfectly. And you can blame it on the first place car has a better car or whatever, right? Like an F1. But then, like, it's progressively more possible to get to the places above 10th. You know, 10th is eminently possible, 9th is reasonably possible. If you drive insanely well, maybe you'll get, like, 5th or 4th. But first definitely isn't happening, second probably isn't happening, right? I guess that, in my mind, that doesn't read the same for me as scripting the race, but I can see why people would think that. Fuck yeah, electric cars again. I missed 5th rider. Holy shit. Okay, let's restart.
Okay, keep the pressure on Raven West. We can get close to them.
Dude, the electric cars feel so much more fun than all the other ones. There's a speed gate there. Okay.
Your teammates crashed. They've dropped to 7th.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That winning being possible is an original sin. It's like a lot of the original sins of RPGs that are still held forward to today because of Dungeons & Dragons First Edition. That post about Gary Gygax was a race essentialist and an insurance actuary, and that should explain a lot of things about why D&D is the way it is. I keep missing those gates. It's okay. Yeah, I do think being in first is like the least interesting thing that can possibly happen in a racing game. And I don't think I believed that before playing through Forza So I've always been first place. Probably the most embarrassing time I've ever experienced with Mario Kart was doing that holiday stream where I hadn't played it in years and was spending like most of the time in the wolf pack in the back. Like, wow, I'm playing a different game right now.
Get that lead. This is the final lap.
Let me get the gates this time.
Okay, you've got boost.
I guess the first boost makes up for the time loss for not being on the racing line, and then the other two boosts are all profit, essentially. I just want to race this kind of car all the time. F1 covers the whole field. NASCAR super focuses on the leader, even if nothing's happening. Yeah, that was the thing that I found the most compelling when my friend Dan tried to get me and Andrea into F1. I didn't realize that like there was a discussion and a story around anything other than first place. And I was like, that's kind of interesting. Like it took me a second to like, it was like a paradigm shift for my mind. Imagine if, well, I guess I have played video games that are like that, that are about the power fantasy of always winning and enforcing that the player should always be winning. I don't like those games. Unless if they're like completely over the top cartoonish, right? But sim racers are certainly not that. Oh, hey, they're doing the thing I asked for.
Which way are you going?
They're being nice to the guy that I like already.
Maybe we'll be the ones to take down Raven West.
Do you think a team like Seneca stands a chance with Nathan McCain out there?
Maybe if they had two
Who writes
units
this
and
shit?
knackers. Teams today need to be firing on both cylinders if they want to stand a chance. But if this newbie does good, then bring it on, baby. That's why we're here.
Seneca's goal this year was to beat Volks. But now they're doing as well as they are, they've got to be asking themselves whether they should shoot higher. And in the grid, nobody is higher than Raven West.
Right. Other sports just have a winner and a loser.
Friendly like Volks and Seneca, but not so friendly like Raven West and, well, every other team on the grid.
We need a double elimination losers bracket.
Volks and Seneca were only promoted to the pros at the start of the year, but already look to finish higher than predicted, and could go all the way.
Fourth or higher.
Feels good not to be carrying this team on my own, 22. Good luck.
You need to finish in the top 4. Good luck.
Look who the composer is for this game. played a lot of video games that try to do like the film score thing, but they're generally trying to do like the orchestral wallpaper music thing, not this like ultra high octane like trailer music. Sounds really good, I think. I guess in my experience with American sports, I've only ever been exposed to there's one winner and one loser. Like, maybe if you get like super deep into baseball or something, you give a shit about whether your team places 6th or 7th or whatever. I mean, I guess I've been a lifelong Cubs fan, and they've been terrible for most of my life, but like even when you go to a Cubs game, like you want to see them win, you don't want to see them like play okay for the Cubs. Sure. Right. Right. It helps to getting outside of the who's the winner mindset in F1 when Mercedes is guaranteed to win this year because they mathematically have the best car or whatever, right? I don't know what it is right now. Is it Red Bull now? Sure. I guess you still get probably like you have you had the Golden State Warriors when their team was completely fucking broken. Like the salary caps were not working and they had too many good players and it just wasn't interesting anymore. I guess that was kind of the equivalent of F1 having a team that just had the best car and they were going to win because of it. Much worse with this car. 4th place is going to be a hard ask. Now.
It's great to see rivalries out on the track. Friendly like
Feels good not to be carrying this team on my own, 22. Good luck.
I don't think we should rely on the market to fix game balance is the problem, right? Was this a football thing where there was some like pro football player who just like willingly took a lower salary so that his team could win constantly and he was actually worth on the market? Maybe you like have to peg it to, was it Tom Brady? Okay, that makes sense. Maybe you have to peg it to like gambling or something. Is don't do that, I'm joking, but it seems like a lot of the leagues are already willing to make a deal with that devil. This is a tough track.
Careful now, I'm pushing too far. One lap down,
Part of the issue is that the racing line is deceptive in this one as to how much you actually need to brake. I'll catch up on chat in a second. I have to finish this race, though. It's really requiring my attention. Whoa! Okay. As I was saying. That was a really bad spot to rewind to. Whoops. Yeah, Nathan's pretty far back. It is kind of cool to imagine a game where you have like a character who's like written behind the scenes to kind of be an asshole. But then, like, him being an asshole is very different if he's in first place all the time versus if he's in first place for 10 races in a row and then gets screwed over in the next race, right? There's some cool Dwarf Fortress-esque interactions you can do there. I may have taken too much damage. See sparks coming out of my car and I'm not going fast enough here. Let me just go back and see if it stops. Oh, it was already happening here. Shit, okay. Be real careful.
It's great to see Rivalry.
Yeah, I wish there was a pop-up on screen when you have like significant performance affecting damage.
Good luck.
Sure. cannot stop that from happening, it feels like. Fourth in this race. Just trying to not hit the wall, essentially. We get ahead of some guy. Ben, please don't walk in front of the monitor. I think Nathan cannot stay in first in this race. You fucking dare. Funny where my life just did not hit the wall constantly. I bet I'd do okay on this race if I could start in first, but it's like, if that happens, it's very difficult to try to recover from it. It is really cool giving you like a face and interviews to some of the names on the track. I wish they went even further with it and like tried to feature basically everybody so that by the end of the game, every name you saw, you remembered from some cutscene. Even if they went like full cartoon with it, that's fine. Right now there's like, I think 4 people on the track who I have some kind of emotional investment in. There's Yume, Driver 22, obviously is me, Nathan, Lara, is it Mazdi? Speed Racer cutscene. Yeah, make a serious racing sim, but it's Speed Racer. That would be fucking sick as hell.
Nice driving out there. Keep it up.
That was tough. Okay, catching up on chat. Hometown discount. NHL is an exception. There's more parity. Racing has a problem that parity can make the races less exciting because of the dirty air problem. Not much passing happens if everyone's equal. The NHL rules make it so a team can only stay good for so long. How does that work? Like, if it's really good, that affects the... Does it do anything with salary at all? Oh, is it? That's cool. That's the Wachowski one, right? That's supposed to be like a fucking crazy, awesome drug trip. I haven't seen it. I just heard it was like amazing, and it got kind of shit reviews, but it actually kind of rules. One of the characters, yeah, make them wacky race, like a serious wacky racers game. It's a wacky racers game, but it has like actual sim racer mechanics. I would play the shit out of that.
Trying to get the fastest lap time. So, not only do you have to achieve eye-watering lap times, you have to do it while avoiding the race traffic. With a set number of laps to lock that fastest lap in place, every second counts if you want to drive away a time attack champion.
That's cool. Hard minimum, maximum aggregate salary cap.
With Raven West boss Ryan McCain. Ryan, are you surprised with the sudden rise of Seneca? Do you think that they are a threat to your season?
Seneca have been lucky, but they have no reserve drivers left. They're on thin ice. There's nothing for them to fall back on if a driver eats a dodgy oyster, you know? This is their last chance, and it's a position of professional.
They wanted this guy to be British. Dodgy oyster.
First, Seneca, stay away from oysters.
It's cool.
I hate to say it, but Ryan's right. Having no reserve drivers isn't a great position to be in. Just keep doing what you're doing and we'll be alright.
Hey, no negativity before we race. 22, don't worry about it. Let's just keep doing what we are doing.
I know F1 has the pacer car or whatever for when there's an accident. Has there ever been any discussion about trying to make a race that just permanently has some form of traffic? Whether it's cars that are driving slower so that you're always having to overtake? Or is that not seen as desirable?
Your teammate's been involved in a crash. They dropped to 8th.
Endurance races. Yeah, that seems like that would be beneficial, but... Fonzie. Shit. Whoa, hit the curb at a weird angle. Appreciate that they only give me 3 rewinds. I like it being a tactical resource. It's a really important innovation, though. Otherwise, like a stupid kind of arbitrary thing can really put you out on a 4, 5, 6 minute race. Dick, Nathan.
Nicely.
Your teammate had a crash and lost position.
Okay. Traffic was just traffic that I have no reason to defend, so it wouldn't be much of a battle. See what you're saying. So like the thing that makes overtaking interesting is the battle aspect of it, not the fact that there's obstacles on the road, essentially moving obstacles on the road that complicate your path and racing line. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I won't lie. This season's been disappointing for me, personally.
Nathan McCain trying to overtake Valentine Manzi now, and he's been clipped. McCain putting Manzi out of action once again.
Nate! What was that today, man?
You got a problem with me, Valentine? I got no problem dealing with you.
If you want to trash talk me in the press, that's fine. But what you keep pulling up there, that stops. Or you're gonna get somebody hurt. Yeah?
Hopefully, it'll be you.
Oh, shit.
So he knows Kung Fu. I'm still faster than him.
What about Seneca? People are saying they're the real threats, and you seem to get more aggressive every time you face them.
You know what? I'm done. Take your mic.
You're right about ticking every box. It's great.
The cars are lined up on the grid ready for the start of the race, but just before lights out, we are linking live to Valentine Manzi. Valentine, how has the jump
Fourth or higher.
so far?
It's been interesting. It's been interesting. And you know, I really admire Seneca. As someone who's a connoisseur of martial arts, I like their fighting spirit. Scared? Martial arts? Fighting? Sorry. I was Manzi's playing in. Oh, that was rough. Sorry.
God.
That was a shocker, Manzi, but good luck. We will all certainly be watching both Volt and Seneca, two teams with real podium potential.
Listen, stay out McCain's path. He's losing control and acting reckless. Seems he's not taking being challenged very well.
McCain doesn't concern me. We are here to win. Let's go.
It's a weird looking vehicle. Shit. Oh, that's weird. So that's in lieu of a time penalty? Because it's elimination. Is that just a thing in real racing? Do they just have cameras everywhere and they review it like while the race is ongoing to give precise penalties? I do like that this one has penalties even if they're kind of mild, because in Forza it always felt correct to go off-road if it meant I could overtake. That felt kind of against the spirit of the game. I like the idea of elimination racing. you, bud.
With our race in Sydney wrapped up, we head towards Okutama, and teams must be looking at the gauntlet like a storm.
Driven to glory.
This season has taken us all by surprise with Seneca ripping through our expectations. Yumi Tanaka in particular has become a standout driver, pushing Seneca up the table. Aaron, what are your thoughts?
Third or higher.
Yeah, Yume's skill has shone through as Seneca's #1 driver. She's definitely been thriving with the support of number 22, and together, they've really become a winning combination.
So I feel like they could use rubber banding for good with Yume. If they want the story to be that I'm like, you know, supporting her, like, make it so that I literally can't pass her. I guess that would cause problems in terms of you getting first, or make story objectives where you're told not to pass her, essentially. They seem to be reserving that for the bad guys. Yeah.
Glad I have you on my side, Twin Two. We make a good team.
I'm fine with her getting praised so much. Like, that's cool if that's the story they want to tell, but they need to enforce that with the game mechanics, I guess is what I'm thinking. Like, if it's your teammate driver, then who cares, right? It's a bummer. It seems like there are a lot of, like, concepts in racing game design that are like, the well is poisoned? I'm trying to think, there's probably examples of that in other genres, that somebody did something and it sucked really bad and now everybody's like, oh my god, never fucking do that, I hate it. And it's like, well, that isn't necessarily bad on its own merit, it's just that when somebody did it, they did it badly once. Like, I worry that that's what's going to happen with this stupid fucking yellow paint discussion, right? That it's going to become a poisoned well, and then we're just going to get, you know, much stupider forms of conveyance. Good God. Oh, the ludonarrative dissonance.
Let's rein it in. Push them over the edge there.
Get on my screen, please. I need you to actually render. Jesus. The Nathan McCain is just automatically your nemesis. I wish that system was a little bit more cartoony. I buy that it makes them like slightly more likely to ram you, but I wish that they just like went all out. So you could like feel their personality on the track. Oh god, why does that keep happening? I don't even know why that happened. Maybe I was slightly pushed. No more rewinds. I see.
I can't thank you two enough for going all out on track no matter what the conditions. You both push Seneca to be the best we can be.
I wonder if the idea that is just kind of a necessity of design that the racers that aren't on your screen are like abstract data points that perform better than when the game actually has to account for the physics and the track. Is like a hidden superpower for making a game like this. I guess it would kind of degenerate into just rubber banding, but can you use that for good, I guess is my question. That you can essentially cheat with the computer when it's not on the screen and the player will be none the wiser. Can you do it smartly? It doesn't feel smart in like Crash Team Racing, right? Where the rubber banding is like super obvious.
And that's Raven West, Nathan McCain, and Laura Carvalho leading the charge here at Strada Alpina.
With Seneca's Yume Tanaka hot on their heels.
Could this be the race where she makes Grid World Series history? Tanaka spots a gap.
It's all or nothing.
McCain doesn't like it.
Contact!
In a situation like this, all you can do is hope that the drivers are all okay.
Oh, this is the race in the beginning. I kind of wish we were playing as Tanaka.
The accident, but right now it appears there was a fault in the active suspension system combined with a direct impact to the right rear tire.
They did just set up that we have no backup drivers.
Yume Tanaka is out of surgery and in stable condition, but she
They had to amputate the leg below the knee.
Holy shit, that fucking sucks. Jesus.
Hey, how does this affect Seneca's chances of qualifying for the gauntlet?
Should go home, Ajit. It's been a long day. Okay.
Resignation.
You're resigning?
Yumi's one of my closest friends. And that wheel, it should never have come off. No matter how reckless McCain might have been.
They want to sell the team, Ajit.
Rubber banding, but only when you're getting your ass kicked.
Board of directors. They gave me an ultimatum. Deliver a miracle, or I'm gone.
Hey, now we've got 1980s teenager sports movie.
Can they even do that?
They could do whatever they want. We can still qualify, though. We just
turtle
need to
shells.
up our game. Okay, no more mistakes.
We need a montage.
You're asking a lot from one driver.
I'm asking a lot from both of you.
Show a lot of things happening at once. Remind everybody what's going on. What's going on? Every shot show a little improvement. Earlier they set up that we don't have any backup cars or backup drivers to make it more exciting.
Before we get underway, we would like to wish Yume Tanaka a speedy recovery. She's in all of our thoughts. And we must also thank Seneca Racing for taking part despite recent events.
Complete the event.
As a team, we're giving Yume all the support we can. She wants you to keep going. That's how you support her. You make sure there's a team to come back to.
Yeah. What's the indicator at the bottom of the screen? Now this is going to be a drift race, but I don't know what they actually want me to do here.
To get through a drift, but give yourself room to send your car through the corner.
Do I have to handbrake during this? You know what button that is? Right bumper, maybe? I am 21st. It is not right bumper. So I'm competing for drift score here. Okay, let me restart. Oh, I thought I just have to complete the course. I don't have to get a good score. Okay, I misread that.
I need you to focus on what you do best.
They have no idea.
All the support we can. She wants you to keep going. That's how you support her. You make sure there's a team to come back to.
Remember, you need enough speed to get through a drift, but give yourself room to send your car through the corner.
Okay, yeah, I have no idea. Hopefully there isn't one where I actually have to, like, drive through it. I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea. This was never a good idea in Forza, so that didn't help. Oh, that sucks. How many releases are left in the main non-DLC story? Okay.
Last lap to show off your drifting skills.
Yeah, about that. I really like that circle at the top of the screen. That helps me to try to figure it out a little bit. Maybe there's audio feedback as well. That's nice. Yeah. It's like a combo for doing a chain drift, I guess.
Not bad, 22.
Not bad.
We've got a fight ahead of us, no doubt. Get some rest. You'll need it. Thanks for doing this today.
Let's see, curiosity. Okay, a lot. So we'll finish it next time it's on Sunblock. I just wasn't sure if I was anywhere close if I were to go over by like 15 minutes or so. And we can do DLCs after that. I do like this game though. I like what it's trying to do. I hope that it did okay enough that this idea isn't poisoned. It sounds like if the DLCs already handle the pacing a little bit better, maybe they already learned lessons from making this one, that they would make a sequel a little bit differently, you know? They would iterate.
Thanks, Aaron. And it is incredible to see the fighting spirit of Driver 22 carrying the whole team alone.
We didn't come this far just to give up now. Let's carry this on for you, mate. I know you have it in you. Just do what you always do. That's good enough for me.
This is going to be rough. We can get half points, maximum. You'll see us drop down the leaderboard, but every win opens the parachute and slows us down.
Wish we had that cool YouTube feature where when you're watching live, you could like rewind the live broadcast and then watch it at a higher playback rate until you caught up. I think you can technically do it if you pull up the VOD, but it's a giant pain in the ass. That was cool that 1 year I was multi-streaming to YouTube and people could do that. I'm not sure. I think the entire original concept behind Affiliate was they were panicking about multi-streaming and wanted to like put people in a position where it was a bad idea for them to multi-stream. Maybe it was just partners. I can look into it. I've thought about jumping ship to YouTube anyway, just because Twitch keeps having problems making questionable decisions, but I have so many like infrastructure and bot resources committed here.
You're on pace. Make some gains on lap 2.
Get 7th or higher. This game gets 1 billion points just for not making the game about getting in first place all the time. I really appreciate that. Has room to grow, I think, but I would agree with calling that an original sin or fatal flaw with the genre. I think it's like experience points in especially RPGs. I keep reading this game has real cars. Are they just like a set of extremely specific licensed cars instead of Forza's crazy database of hundreds and hundreds of cars? I feel like they could have made that whole Tanaka's leg had to get amputated thing hit a lot harder. It's interesting is this game has like all of the necessary like bullet points and plot beats to be kind of brilliant, I think, but I don't know if they present it in a way where the player feels particularly connected to any of it. The most emotionally connected I've felt is, oh, the bad guy is a real asshole, so when I see him on the race, I want to pass him because fuck that guy. They did a good job with that. But I do think the ludonarrative synergy is super crucial if you're going to try to do a story like this. And I don't think that anything should be verboten in their story mode. Like, it's fine to not have rubber banding or not have cheating AI in the free play mode or whatever, but here, absolutely, please cheat. Yeah. I feel like that could be a really powerful beat if, like, you were playing as her, and then you had to change the character you were playing as or something. I mean, obviously they'd have to restructure a lot of the game, but it has the feel of a team who's really excited about racing and who enjoy the drama of racing games and like are like excited about trying to make a game that's about the racing story, but the team not necessarily just having the writing chops to pull that off or to integrate it into the gameplay very well. So I really hope they don't abandon the idea. I really hope they try again. They learned a lot from this process. I don't think it has to be like a completely stellar, like blow your mind sports movie plot for it to work, right? A lot of those cheesy 80s sports movies are fun because of how easy it is to get invested. That would be cool, yeah. Yeah, if you're gonna say we want to have the actors and the documentary footage and stuff, so the story has to be predetermined, it would be cool for you to play as different characters. I think it would be better if Driver 22 was a character, or if you played as Yumi. Hey Leon, how you doing? Driver 22 being faceless would be fine if the game had a like crazy Dwarf Fortress reactive story, but that's just, it's not possible with the live action footage. Yeah, right, Commander Shepard. And you pick between two, and they're both voice acted, right? Or three, maybe. Nice. We'll be playing it a bunch next week.
Going down
race, teams are gonna start dropping out. Do your best.
We're here with Team Principal of Seneca and Marcus Ado. Marcus, we all know there's been a huge spanner in the works for your team. We all wish you be the best. But is staying in the runnings futile?
We've already come so far. What are we supposed to do? Drop out? That isn't me. It isn't a G. It certainly isn't number 22, and it's definitely not Yume. Seneca doesn't back away from a challenge.
Incredible determination there. Good luck down on the track today.
Sixth or higher. Okay.
Just give it your all. Focus on this race and try to secure points. It's the best we can do. Hang in there.
I feel like the rate at which they have the fully acted cutscenes is weird. Like there'll be sections of the game where you get a really good one in between every race, and then like several races back to back where there aren't any. So I wonder if that was a budget thing, or it was like they recorded those scenes really early in the process and then had to fit them into the game afterward. I'd be very interested to see the behind the scenes for this game. Tunnel. Excuse you.
Maybe stay out of their path. Don't get taken out.
So is there ever a circumstance in real racing where drifting might save you from something bad happening? Like I know they let you technically do it in Forza 4, but is there like zero reason to ever do it, period? Crashless hard. Well, I know we were talking about in Rally, it's a thing, but I was meant like specifically in Forza, is it always a bad idea since there's no Rally in that? Okay. Just had a power flicker. It looks like I still have internet, but just FYI. Yeah, maybe. Or sunspots.
Well done. That's a great result.
Doing my best, y'all. Okay, probably one more race. Should have time for that. In real life racing, would needing a prosthetic leg like keep you out of competition?
From now on, teams will be eliminated, not just from the race, but from the season entirely.
Oh, this is different.
Until we are left with just 8 teams going through to the gauntlet. There we go, our first team eliminated from the season.
We are live with Nathan McCain. Nathan, you have to admit Seneca are still fighting. That's impressive.
You want me to give them their due? What for? Sympathy? You don't get a medal for joining in. If Adele didn't have the foresight that this unfortunate situation might happen, then he's not fit for the role. Now I got a race.
And there we have it. Yet more sincere empathy from Mr. Nice Guy Nathan McCain. I'm not supposed to be biased, but come on, Seneca.
We've had some encouraging news about Yume's recovery. She's making good progress. Let's do this one for her.
Yeah, I don't have a good intuition for like I've just heard that F1 racers need to be like really fit, but I don't really know why other than like weight and being able to withstand what high G's.
It's tough seeing a split down the leaderboard, but 22. Every good result keeps us out of danger. Keep it up.
What was my placing request? 6th. Shit. Stamina for dealing with the heat. Because I can viscerally understand how like a foot injury can fuck up a basketball player or a football player. Ooh-wee. I think this game would be really cool if it did perspective shifting. If you essentially got to play as all the different racers, You still finished as one, right? But there's all these other racers that I don't know anything about. It's insane that this game is in like the 70s on Metacritic though. Like, I guess that's just the state of the racing game industry and like the sim adjacent racing games. This game seems like really good. I'm talking in terms of like the inflated rating scale that we have, right? Where 70 is like a mixed reception. If we were actually using the whole scale, then that would probably be pretty accurate based on my experience with it so far, but I think the computer is really bad at driving these trucks. Yeah. Critics don't like when it gets weird. It's depressing seeing things that it feels like there are just like stabilizing forces in society that are keeping things in shitified or mediocre indefinitely, or like gets into this like stable mediocre equilibrium. Yeah, I'll try to do one more. That was a shorter race than I thought it was going to be. Let's see the bad guy team leader talk again.
Another team bites the dust, and Seneca managed to hang in there.
It's been months since Yubi Tanaka competed in the grid, and Seneca are certainly feeling the strain with just one driver. You have to admire the effort, but the team now balances on a knife edge.
As we saw online, Yume is hitting milestones in her recovery, but it's clear that this will be a long process for her. We are all cheering her on from the sidelines, and we'll keep you updated on her progress.
I'll be talking to Yume today. No pressure, but she's tuning into this one. So give her a show.
Oh, this car handles weird. Holy shit. Super contact combo. Worth. The smash car. Okay. take any severe damage there.
Got 4 laps. Don't be surprised if they're gunning for you now.
Did it mean anything specific when they say they use the word slingshot? The announcer says that a lot.
Time off lap was a 57.8.
I see. Probably would have been a good level to turn the difficulty up to expert, but it's always hard to tell going in. And again, I might have been fighting for my life if the computer was off screen for even a little bit. Oh, is it? Interesting. I feel like that was true in Forza as well. That's weird. That makes sense, yeah. I guess they'd have to like cheat and give them special AI that's only for when they're on a oval, and that seems like something that we don't want to do. We want to have like a unified driving AI. Okay, let this cutscene play and then we'll call it. I'm enjoying this game though. Thanks for putting it on Subblock. I started liking it quite a bit more once we got to the pro part of the game. It makes me want to see them do Grid Legends 2, and I really hope that that happens. Or somebody makes the equivalent of it.
Well, all that's left to do is settle down and get ready for this Grid World Series race. We're anticipating.
Sweet, I get to open with a cool electric car race next time. My favorite. I love those. Yeah, looking forward to more Grid Legends. Future Marstead, it's a driving game. You got to select this mission here, Road to Nowhere.